Okay. One, two, three, four. States. Hey, Daw, how's it going? Not bad, not bad. You're a little bit of optimization here. Got a new computer now, so everything runs way faster, which creates physics issues, surprisingly. Wow, there we go. Um, right. Simple fixes first. All of these turns say turn 2 on them. And we have turn 0, turn 1, and you should say turn 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. So that's a start. So what's creating those when I create a new future? This passes in, right, relative feedback from where it's actually creating the node. Add game state. So this game state here has turn, current turn. This might be the problem. This current turn doesn't change during simulation. That only changes when we move to the future. So really, this should be the present plus 1, I think. Yeah, that might even negate the need for current turn altogether. Oops. Thought this is an optional thing. There's no present, it must be the first turn. Turn 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, go. 0, 1, 2. Alright, that's fixed. That was easy. Where is my checklist? Here. Fixed. Alright, now all the predictions have the same. Hey, Ninetales. Welcome. Hmm. How's my audio today? I know it was shit last week. Can you guys hear me this time? I was cutting out and stuff last time. Cool. I don't know what the hell happened last week, but hopefully it'll stick around. Alright, second problem, all the leaf predictions. Um, this is not my complete to-do list, so I actually got 2 pages of to-do lists. You'll have 0 ranking. That's actually going to be really important in a minute because I'm going to start doing an optimization. Whereas where when the AI starts simulating a clearly crap future, it's going to give up. Because right now, this is actually getting a little out of hand, and this is only just 2 turns in the future. Well, technically 4. This is one per player and 1 enemy, but most of these are garbage choices. So it should have a threshold where it's like, you know what, this is not panning out. Like they've done something stupid like heal themselves when they already had full health, that kind of crap, and they should just throw that feature away. And it's gonna make it so this thing, instead of being this giant cauliflower, should be more like a tree. Because most of these things, if you look at the choices it's making, it's like, okay, well, heal for one, that was fine. Then I stun them. Well, first I need to get these rankings displaying for everything. Right now the rankings are not displaying, so I'll fix that first. And that's probably easiest to work back from that. Well, I'm not actually ranking those middle ones. I only I'm only rating them when they've finished, when you finish thinking. I'm still not 100% sure this is happening. Ah, right, I think I did solve this problem last time. Yeah, that equals false when, yeah, I just brought a whole new task system into here. When this eventually all of its sub coroutines finish, it's like, yep, I'm done. So this should only happen once. Like before, it was happening multiple times. Now, I do kind of want to rate those features while they're being created, not just at the end, because I'm gonna need that number to disregard timelines that are just garbage. So while I'm creating these, how's this currently work? Best feature, I just need to rate it and use that rating. Oh, right, and there's nothing in here that's setting the rating number. So maybe best to start from the actual UI. So this will be game state UI, I think. Maybe state UI. Let's see what it's actually. Prefabs, UI, game state node. This is gonna have the ratings text somewhere around here. Here. Oh, why is this stuff down here? That's bad. So this rating text is being updated when it's created. Game state rating. So basically I need to have a rating for this by the time it starts. So I instantiate it and I have to immediately create a, can't do this with lyrics. Cool, elder. So I create the node. That's happening in create future here. So immediately I need to rank this. Well, actually, at this point I can rank it. Just check that out. Do enemy AI. Actually, no, it's not. Let's when it's finished. Something like this. So we want to. So we have a new game state. I need to know which team I'm doing this for. Damn. Create a game state based on the present, and the present's gonna have, doesn't actually say whose turn it was, so that probably needs to be added. So when we create the future, we start with the player's turn, maybe not. Yeah. So we'll set the, when we create a future, it's gonna have to pass it in. We have a team. Turing team. Hmm. It's kind of, yeah, I think this is necessary. We'll need that in a second. Now when we create these guys, it'll be current is enemy turn. And this is also used here. Ah, cool, we have source team, ideal. So I do want to show on those, ideally you want to show on those, come back to this in a second. Show that in the UI. Can we put this, where can we display it? I could just color the whole thing. Yeah, I think that'll be best. Yeah. So what do I want to color? I want to color, actually just this bit's fine. Just this background. So stats, that's more actually turn stats. We'll change the color of this guy depending on whose turn it is. So we'll have an image. It'll be turn background, turn stats background. And when this thing initializes itself, update the visuals. Team. Turn stats background dot color equals the game state dot turn team equals enemy background color. Wait, do I already have one? Oh, I do. Oh, that's an image. Make my color. Otherwise, layer background color. Should do it. Let's go hook it up. Oh, I need to set the colors. Player can be green. Enemy can be kind of orange. Should give some better view. Yeah, it's a bit better. Enemy turns, yeah, that makes the layers make a lot more sense. Right, now I have a turn, I can rank the thing. So back to our ASDF here. We have a right future now. So the new states dot rating equals, right, does this do that for us? It does. It does need to rank it. Turn team, new state. That should give us a rank number. Hopefully that's not super slow. That's just math. Should be fine. There we go. Now we got rankings. They colored themselves properly based on that. Now we can start doing things like, yeah, if this timeline is crap, then fuck it. So we're gonna need some kind of, what's this, 0? It should not be a 0. Well, actually, no, that makes sense. They're both at full health. My force buttons seem to have died. What happened there? It's the second time this happened. Hack. Force is only showing for, okay, so what's enabling that force button? Force buttons, interactables, history, current turn, turn is enemy turn. All right. Well, this ain't right. They should only show on the leaves of the whole simulation. The current turn of the history is same as the turn. No, that would make sense. That's not right. We want to be looking at leaves. So the forces should be on. Well, actually, it should just be if it's, yeah, basically if it's the enemy's turn. I don't really care which turn it is anymore because I can force anywhere along the timeline. It'll force them to take that timeline. That's basically what that does. As soon as you hit force button, which is here, it overrides the enemy feature with the game state, and this goes back and is used. Action taken, right? So it doesn't matter where along the timeline you force it, it'll still take the original action to go down that timeline. Oh no. Nans. Fuck. There's still a bug there I'm not going to dwell on right now. It's a physics bug from the graph, which is not the most important thing right now. So I should be able to force anywhere along this. Now, we have rankings throughout. So what I want to do, these should always more or less tend toward the same direction. They shouldn't wildly change unless you do something really dumb. Where's the actual turn? So it should start out at 0. This is not being ranked. This is when they healed themselves. Somehow that gave them a bad review, a bad ranking. That doesn't make much sense. And after that, they heal themselves. I'm not sure how. Like, this is terrible. This is when. Wait. No, this isn't a. Why is this minus 9.2? I think I might be. I'm doing something wrong with the ranking. Some of them are not being ranked, or no, if they're 100% health, that should result in no, like a even ranking. Mm, these seem backwards. This is a good place to be. Sorry, yeah, this is a good place to be because they stunned me and I had no go. It's not like bad like that. So which one do they actually choose? Because it feels like it's backwards. Yeah, they're going for the most negative one. This is what they want to do. Is it a smart move? I damage them, then they damage me back, then I stunned for rubbish, then they stun me for lots. So this is a good one. So why is this negative? Why is this preferable to this one? And this is a shitter outcome. So I think I have this backwards. I think I'm ranking it for the wrong team. Because this is good for the enemy, bad for me. This is bad for the enemy, good for me. So I think I'm doing this backwards. In here. Turn team. When creating the future, should I be swapping teams? I'm almost not going to throw that in there without thinking about it. Create the future. So when creating a future, it's a new game state that belongs to it's like the enemy's turn's game state. So this source team should be accurate. Why does it seem backwards? Agent team. Am I still compiling some random shit, random dictionaries? Team. Okay, this is a function. If the team is friendly, if the team is friendly and the enemy health is less than equal to 0, or the other way around, then good, otherwise bad. I feel like that's just backwards, but it doesn't look like it's backwards in code. This agent team is badly named. This is basically the futures. Not futures. Fucking feel like because we're progressing one, this should be the opposite team. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. This should be the other way around because the future we're creating is the one after they took an action. So we've moved forward one into the future, so therefore it's the other person's turn. Otherwise, it's ranking the new future based on if it was still the enemy's turn, and then it would look bad for them. So like this needs to be swapped basically. For a new game state is like the opposite. Should probably do that when I call this thing. At the start, well, we know, well, we don't know who starts, so that could be, we might change that. This is the where we need to flip it. The future we're creating is not for the team that took the action, it's for the other team. That's what we should be feeding in. This is a terrible name. The This is also terribly hard to name. Future burn team. Ah, okay, it's better than it was. And then it ranks it based on that. So what's the best one down here? Yeah, that's better. So this one's the best because they heal themselves after I damage them, full health again, or whatever. I stun them for 2. If I stun them for 2, they should not have had a turn, like a subsequent turn. They should not have been able to have a subsequent turn for a stun of 2. Unless I'm doing the cooldown. I might be doing the cooldowns wrong. I'm not gonna focus on that right now. I have big plans for stuff today, and some of those plans will involve making bugs obvious. I don't have to eyeball all this stuff. So that's a decent one compared to say something else. You can just eyeball, like, I don't know. This one looks good. I don't think we're giving enough weight to them being less health. So I'm gonna change that right now. Them being less health is more important right now. My health versus their health is more important than the fact that someone's stunned. So I'm gonna double that. We should now see them try much harder to kill you. They should definitely favor the ones that involve getting you lower health. How much damage did I do to them? Bloody hell. Ooh, full 20. Okay. Yeah, that explains why they still preferred stuns. Again. Uh, can I allow it? Yeah, still a smart move. Well, they lucked out there. They got 19. Heal. There we go. That's the smartest move. Oh, yeah. Healing themselves. See it? And then stunning me. Yeah, that's a smart one. So, where can I find a really shitty line of thinking here? And then, like, what's a really dumb path? Looking at the borders here, the colors of the borders are important. So, this fucking jumble here is actually a bunch of turns. And in this one, why is that rated so badly? Oh, because they're stunned. That sucks. They don't want that. I want to be able to like throw away lines of thinking earlier on, but the problem is the combat's so simplistic right now. There's only like 3 abilities they can take that, and they don't just do nothing. It's like a dumb thing to do. Um, so an example when they heal themselves when they're already at full health. So if I like restart this, and I just don't do anything, one of these paths is going to involve them healing themselves. But unfortunately, that doesn't actually give you them a negative rating because there's no concept of how much energy they spent on that turn or how much like effort they spent on that turn at all. So this turn here should have a horrible rating because they just wasted time healing themselves when they're already at full health. But it's very difficult to consider what energy is. Like, um, one way is to actually consider energy, but that's far too prescriptive because energy is very, very wishy-washy. I think it's much better to say overhealing is a bad thing. they do overhealing, that's crap. I shouldn't. That's bad, a dumb idea. So, what would happen if I considered overhealing a dumb idea is this entire branch, this whole third, almost this entire third here. Well, this entire third would just disappear. Would never be simulated because this overhealing would be considered a really dumb move, and it would just stop projecting down this timeline, which I think is a fair thing to do. Because why would you start with overhealing? It may have some great RNG somewhere down here and end up with a better result, but it's still a dumb first choice. So I need to consider overhealing as a thing. And to do that, it's going to be tricky. Need to figure out, well, actually, the one that, so these guys, on healing, I need to do, when something heals, this needs to do something a little bit more clever. So calculate the effective amount of healing. So the amount is the RNG. Yep. So the effective healing would be one cash math. So I'm having a rough day. So if they were at 100 health and then they would got healed for, and they had 100 health max, that's the difference in health. Let's say they had their current health of 90 minus, but yet the max health minus the current health, that's how much could be healed. And the effective healing would be so that would be 10. So we have our 10. And then if they heal for like 20, then I want to see wasted heal. But it's not wasted heal. I want to see. No, yeah, wasted heal, I think is the thing to think about. Then RNG is gonna be a thing, right? Because if they have like 99 health, then well, that shouldn't be fucking healing 99 health. So potential wasted is fine, but there's still gonna be RNG. It's like if they RNG for 1, then it wasn't wasted. So say they had 99 health, so they have 1 healing that can be done, and then we take the effective healing, which should be say they heal for 20 minus all the way around. Effective minus how much they did, so this would be in this case the lots of wasted healing. That's wasted healing. Unused, yeah. Wasted, unused, just over healing basically. And that should be stored in that future for both the player or the enemy. Let me just try to use a few more numbers here. So this is basically max HP minus current HP minus heal amount equals overheal. So if this was max HP 100 minus, we have 10 health left, and I need to clamp this, and then heal for 20. I need to clamp this for sure. So that'll be 70. So we need to clamp it to this. So that would mean it's clamp that between 0 and heal amount, I believe. No, it's not 0, minus infinity. So in this case, it would be 20. I know that doesn't make any sense because of the clamps missing, but that would be clamps to 20. So that's the effective heal. So negative, yeah. So negative effective heal. Negative is wasted heal, and positive is effective heal, which is good actually because that's kind of important. Like, how effective was that heal move they just did? So I guess resulting future dot um, player effective heal. I gotta watch myself on this because a lot of this stuff is not gonna make sense when the graphs come back into play. Healing might. Is there something more general than this though? Is there something more general? Like, was the shift in health worth the action taken? I don't think there is actually. But I am prescribing heal as if like they healed themselves, but healing can come from fucking anywhere. I can't go down this route. I cannot because this starts to incorporate graphs again, then the change in health could come from goddamn anywhere. We don't know. It's a graph. You can't look at the graph. The computer can't look at the graph and say, "Oh, well, that was because I healed myself." It just all it knows is its health went up. It could have come through a multitude of reasons. So really, the difference, which brings us back to the problem of energy spent. I think there's something fundamentally, systematically wrong with how I'm ranking things. It's like there's no cost. A turn being taken has no intrinsic cost. So for them overhealing themselves, there's no cost of using a whole turn. It could be as simple as just saying, "Yo, your turn, you're just taking, maybe just yeah, adding a concern, saying, yo, this turn costs this much,' and then add back. I can't use effective healing. The concerns a bit too. Let's go back to my concerns. What's a good way to phrase this? Because these are written in plain English for a good reason. A concern would be, and then I can work back from the plain English. Wait, what? No, that all the solutions I'm thinking of right now still involve having effective healing. Effective healing is not moddable because it means we have a measurement in code of effective healing, which is can it be generalized? My health versus their health. Shit. For the enemy, at least, one turn is basically of equal value, and we don't have to worry about the player yet because the players are the ones choosing the value of their turn by choosing the card. But if I do AI simulation of the player's turns for balancing, then the AI needs to work out a value of a card, which is like, and the value of a card really, well, I guess all cards are born equal in this game because they don't have a cost. They don't have a mana cost or anything. So then that might actually be a simple problem. I need to roll with this whole concept of concerns. No mana, energy cost, just timing to figure out. I mean, it's just they took a turn. They spent a turn. There has to be an intrinsic value in the fact that they spent a turn. But they're not considering that right now. The AI is like, whoop, well, this future looks okay. But they've not considered it cost them a whole turn to get there. So is it as simple as saying, -1 every time I take a turn? And then Um, or could it be something like this? Could it be something like that? Oops. How many turns does it take to get to this future? Because if these numbers are like huge, it's like, whoa, like we got some really positive numbers here, and this is really low. That means something drastic happened pretty quickly, and that's got to be good. If the outcome's good, that means, whoa, we got to do that because you managed to turn a tide fast. If it took them ages to get there, then that future isn't as beneficial as something that's took only one turn to get to. Basically, there's no measurement of effort, and I think this might be the simplest way of doing it. How long did it take to get to that future? It might be that simple. Not as beneficial and probably not as fun for the player as it's tried out. Yeah, I mean, it's like any AI should favor a positive future that took less time to get to. That's just that's a smart concern to have. So this might be the generalized concern that I'm looking for. And to measure that, how the hell am I going to measure it? But this is always where the complexity was going to lie, right here. This is the entire AI when it comes down to it. These two things. This should be a fairly simple. As long as we know well, it's just going to be the state we're looking at minus the current turn, right? The current, sorry, yeah, the turn, the state's turn, but it has to be, yeah, fuck. The notice of the normalization is why I left this to do. The normalization is incredibly important. Otherwise, these weights start to make no sense. If these numbers are not between -1 and 1, then these weights don't, they're not acting against normalized values. So how do I normalize how many turns it took to get here? That's going to be how many turns were just simulated. How many turns were just simulated gives us something we can use to normalize it. So let's just throw math at it and see what happens. So, right. Okay. And this is kind of the same for both teams. There's nothing. Okay. So this is going to be something like, say it took them, oh, let's say it took them 4 turns to get here, and they were simulating, they took them 3 turns to get here, and they're simulating a total of 4 turns, so 2 rounds equals 4 turns, one for each side. So this particular thing where the state we're looking at now is on turn 3. There's a total simulated number of turns of 4. That would give it a 0.75, but we wanted this to be shittier the longer it gets. So we might want to do 1 minus that. So we get, the longer it takes you to get there, the crappier this gets, the less valuable it is. But it's still positive. This is always positive, which kind of, we have to be super careful here because the whole point of this normalization, -1 to 1, is that everything above 0 is a good thing, everything below 0 is negative. Do we just make it a negative? We're always going to run into the problem that you're never going to get perfect normalization, but that's where the weights do have to come in. We just need to get something ballpark good normalization. At least we're dealing between 0 and -1 and 1 plus 1. At that point, the weights can step in and make it make sense. So I think, so the longer this takes, So that would be if it took them all 4 turns. It's like, well, that sucks. That's a shitty future. Would this maybe work better, less as a weight and more of a scaling factor for the overall rating? Well, the thing is, if we start introducing scaling factors, these are the scaling factors. If we start bringing more, like anything out of the concerns, then it could, yeah, it could be. It could be like a, but that would have to be very much a one-off. That's that we don't do that for anything else, but I just get the feeling that's going to become a slippery slope when, if it can be contained and handled through concerns, it should be. There's going to be plenty of other things that might end up trickling into like multipliers and factors and like external stuff to this, which effectively becomes invisible. Because as soon as it becomes invisible, like for instance, what if there's a boss or an enemy combat or something, they do want to take a long time to do something. What if they're trying to like drain the player out? Like they want to take their time, potentially. This is a devil's advocate, but then if we don't expose this in the concerns, then we have no influence on that. So I would like every kind of multiplier or factor or anything that's brought into it to be in here, or it becomes invisible, especially to modders. So turns taken to get here. That's not really the concern, is it? That's way too specific. This is how long did okay. How This is why the wording's super important. That's why I wanted to use, even though it's unorthodox, I wanted to have these keys in code be plain English because it's very important how they're phrased. All of this obviously will be probably graphs and shit later on, but right now it's hard coded. So, how long did it take to reach this? How long did it take to reach? Yeah, I think this is a good starting point. So, this will be pretty much, we'll have to keep track of how many turns were simulated, but this will be the state's turn divided by, this will have to be, floated, divided by states. Damn. This is tricky. We're looking outside the box now. We're looking past the outside of. We're thinking like not fourth dimensionally. This is basically want to have like how many turns do we just simulate? Number of turns simulate. Number of predicted turns. Yeah. And can this ever get past? This turn can be very large. So this is not actually the number of predicted turns. This is the number of predicted turns plus the starting turn. Prediction start turn plus the number of turns predicted. That should bring this back into, or we can just take, better yet, take this minus that. One possible issue, ratings are only calculated at the leaf nodes currently. They are not actually, they're now calculated for everything. That's something I just added. So that was part of my my effort here to discount shitty futures, and this is definitely gonna be part of that endeavor. I did that in create future. Now has um, create the future now rates, it rates the future as it goes. for everything. So we have to be careful here because currently rating a future looks directly at those concerns, and if I just slap this number saying, "Yo, we're about to predict 4 turns," then actually no, that's okay, that's fine. Now these can be static per simulation because that's where this comes in because that is dynamic. So let's do these, see if it sticks. I need a better way of visualizing how each I need a much better way of visualizing. This also needs to be floated, just to be sure. Ah, that's redundant. Oh, what's going on here? Got an extra bracket somewhere. Yeah, I don't need those. I don't really have a good way of seeing like what what decision making went into each of these. Like, why was it ranked at like 0.5? Like, there should be a breakdown at some point. So that might be some UI I have to figure out. So now, okay, missed that. So now a feature isn't a leaf. Feature that isn't a leaf could be chosen. No. Only when it's doing the enemy AI, only when it reaches the actual leaves, which is here, does it add it to the potential features, which I've also called elsewhere conclusions. So these potential features are the only ones that are considered. Um, if it bails on, I haven't got, well, I've got to get to that part, but if it does bail on a whole potential timeline, it should probably at least consider the point it bailed as a potential future, even if it's crappy. Because I'm worried about a situation where that is the only option they have. It sucks, and it's still the only option they have. We have to at least add one. Right, so I need to start populating these dudes. So when I start prediction, right now again, as it stands, this is only for enemy AI. So when I do enemy AI, we need to store um, the turn the um, AI started predicting. I have no idea how the hell people can attempt to debug AI. Maybe they don't without some kind of visualization like this, because fuck me, it gets complicated. So this will be current turn, basically, when it starts. And then the other one was number of predicted turns. You can also do that because that's kind of hard coded. And do enemy AI. And how many turns are being predicted. So that's going to be well, simple math. So number of predicted turns will be the rounds, I think I called it. AI rounds to predict times 2. Because there's 2 turns per round. Hopefully that number doesn't change. God help us. 3 teams. Okay, I've set it in stone now. That line of code, it's settled. It will never be 3-way combat or 3-way dialogue or 3-way anything. Because if there is, I have to come back and change a whole goddamn number. And fuck if I'm gonna do that. Well, amongst a few other things. Right. Now this is one of those moments where you I know right now it'll be immediately useful to know what each one of these rankings was for each game state. because I'm gonna need to see that. And from my experience, the second you think it's gonna be useful is the moment you have to create it, because the second after that, it's too late. So I need a way of visualizing these. And yeah, we scrap the whole idea of effective heal for now. So hopefully that'll just come out in how long it took them to get. No, effective heal's got to come back at some point in some form. Like wasted effort. Maybe it'll just come out in the wash. Maybe just how many turns it took him to get there is good, but you can hear me. Did I cut out? What happened? Oh, so I didn't hear you either. Can you say something? I didn't hear you. Although I do have music playing. Oh, that's weird that I'm not seeing it. Hmm. Discord, who knows? Okay, so now we have a new action. Oh damn, I always realized something. This thing's serialized. Fuck. It's serialized, so it's not going to allow me to add new ones. Oops. Comes revert this. That did not end well. I guess I just had to, as I go. This was only going to be, that weight thing was only ever good for if you make a brand new thing. So I will annoyingly have to add one of these every once in a blue moon. I'm looking to see if there's any. My music's like super ambient, chill stuff. So I'm not seeing any speaker, microphone activity. But saying that, no, my output device is set right. Okay, so as I was saying, I'm gonna need a way to visualize in this tiny little thing. It's gonna be so condensed, the information I'm squeezing in here. And again, it's annoying, but essential that the second you think of something's gonna be useful. Luckily, I did think ahead when I was making this thing, and I think I can probably get away with squeezing it in on the side here. This UI is all fucked up, but hey, it's debug UI. I'm not super concerned. So this is going to be the concern weights. Well, more concern amounts. And it's going to have a bunch of bullet concern lists. It never takes as long as you think it will to do this. Ninetail. Oh wait. Okay, yeah, it's probably my audio settings. Let me check. My output is coming through my headphones, which I'm hearing music through. Let me change that to my speakers. Then you'll get feedback potentially, but worth testing.
Can you hear me?
Ah, I can now. Okay, let me try setting it back again. Can you say something? Ah, not Discord. You just have to like change the setting and move it back again, and it's fine. Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I need to turn my music down a little bit. Speedway dialogue. No, I was kind of joking a little bit. basically three teams doing an encounter, whatever that encounter might be, dialogue, combat, whatever, is obviously everything's possible, but will be difficult. No, no. I mean, what you do that I think in that situation is you'd still have two kind of teams. Well, wrong word, but you'd have two teams. You'd have like the player and who are the other people you're talking to. But the other people you're talking to in an encounter would have their own motives and their own. They may be on the same, like the other side of the table, if you will, but they're still individuals. They could still have their own like thought process and their own motives. But they would be considered the other side of the table as opposed to the player. So there would only ever be two teams, if you will. There's only two. There's the player and everybody else, I guess is a better way of describing it. Concern list. What's this thing? Ugh. This is so simple. It does not need its own fucking name. This is going to be called a text label entry UI. Watch that break the entire of everything. So I'm going to use the same fucking thing here. That shouldn't break everything. It's probably going to break everything. So now we're going to break this. Missing. Catalog, action list. I thought I got myself out of fucking UI, but such is life. What does this thing add to prefab? Action entry prefab. History action. Who's using this one then? I don't think anybody's using that one. Bear with me. I say it's important to do this when you think it's going to be important, but yeah, Ninetales, yeah, pretty much. Um, yeah, no, basically, you could certainly lump it into player and non-player. I think that's probably the clearest way of putting it, and that should cover all your bases. None of the yes, currently, but nothing we talked about is multiplayer, and that's not really what we're about right now. Um, got there, action entry prefab. It's now going to be called a text label entry UI. Can't wait to get back on. Okay, that's that one. I shouldn't need. It's the only prefab, so the other prefabs are probably just trash. Text label entry prefab is perfect. It's just straight up piece of text with this on it, which does it's super simple. Okay, perfect. So I can reuse that in this whole side here, which is going to be jammed in. Just make it look different. Let's make an effort here. Say this is a history turn description. Bunch of them. Where this side is a and they can oh, just gonna call it entry. This side is entry, but it says concern. I just realized something. This is gonna be rubbish because the concern names are massive. Oh man, this is have to be really tiny. Real tiny. Again, it's debug UI. It's not in the fucking universe. So, bunch of them. I guess I'm spaced out there. There we go. So we have concern list now on this dude. When it is basically when it's this is have to tie into when it's ranked. So when I do enemy AI and I do eventually so I create the future and I rank the future, this is gonna have to get actually put some information into there based on these ratings. So this is just gonna be temporary. Store the concern and its value for debugging effectively. And that would consider it testing. We're gonna need a new one of these dudes. Brand new computer, slowly trying to rebuild up all my development environment. Testing. What color should testing be? Pink. I've decided. Like a pink. There we go. So the future dot concern weights add actually this is going to be concern weights. It's going to be a key value store, so the concern will be concern dot key, and then the rating. Oh, the value, sorry. No, yeah, it is value. So, there we go. How did I get away using value? Value's like, how did I use value? That's a reserved keyword. Okay, so this will be a dictionary of strings to floats, read only, and let's just create that. Yeah, properties set to read only. I knew that. It's a private set, probably not even necessary. Oops. Dumb. There. So it's going to store those concern weights, and when we eventually go ahead and initialize the node, we're going to have to populate the concern weights list. So we take our concern values, concern list. Let's go with concerns list. Okay, I need to use the bathroom real quick, guys, and I'm gonna have a cigarette as well. I'll be back in a minute. Hey guys, trying to catch up with some team stuff while I was having a smoke. Right, depopulate the concerns list. This guy, a transform. And it'll clear that out. And then go through all of the game states concern waves. And this guy is going to be basically one of these now. Snowball. And initialize it with the, well, so it's going to be a CERN weight key and the value. All right, now we connect that prefab. Text label entry. Yeah. Probably will crash and burn the first time I run it, but such is life. Not been signed. Of course it hasn't because I got to sign it. That's the concerns list. This guy. So there'll be nothing for the first turn. It's not populating. Let's see if it's actually not populating. Background. Certain amount, scroll view, viewport, certain list. It's not adding anything because it's nothing being added to that. Which is interesting because I definitely populated it here. Let's debug that. Oh. Oh no. I've seen this before. That is the editor crashing. No matter how fast your computer is, D&D will still tank on you. Did it? Nope, yeah, it's still dead. Go on. Die. Alright. Let's hit the debug now and see if it blows up. Well, just blow up. Reaches it. It should immediately. There will be no. Alright, so it is finding concerns. One. It should be one for each. So when I reach here, should be 5. with values, which will be 0 for, ooh, we got an and there. Let's divide by 0. That's okay. Why is this future? Not populating. Being state, the new state, future concern weights. Oh, wait, this is all fucking messed up. This should all be up here. All right, so when it gets to filling that in here, okay, immediately hits that. And it is getting 5, so it's just not. Oh, I messed up here. This should be the concern list. My bad. Hello, Lisserel. Am I pronouncing that right? We're in stream chat, the text chat, if you want to speak. There we go. As I suspected, well, first of all, the text is too big, so I didn't actually apply that change to. Okay, I'm gonna get a bit ugly, but not ugly. I'm just gonna text label entry. Let's go with the node and these entries here. I'm gonna go with auto size. Damn, I can't do it that way, can I? And it should always be fixed width. Auto size, give them a little bit of height, do the minimums of fuck all. A little bit less bit of height. There. And then that. Let's try that instead. I need to fix this. My computer's literally running too fast for the physics. That was slower. Man, updating UI. There's one thing I want to do before this session's over is I want to run the UI without the physics graph and see how fast it runs. I suspect it's going to be bloody fast. Okay, so that isn't working. Why? Auto size is on, so what the fuck? Is it not updating? Is it not updating the? Wait, I have to Google this quick. Unity test wrench pro. Um, auto size, auto size. Auto size is not scaling at runtime. It should do. I think this might be a conflict with the width. The width might not be saved here. No, it's being saved, which means it's probably being overwritten by this. Same for action list. That would no. Ugh. Alright, let's grab one of these dudes. Soon now it's scroll view, soon list this. Okay, it's stretching the width to 200 again for some reason. It should be 67, so why isn't this 6 label entry? Oh, because width is one of those fucking things that doesn't automatically apply to a prefab. There we go. Oh, it has to be smaller than that because calm down, calm down. Just grab one of these texts. Oh, yeah, way too many decimal places. 0.6 the maximum of like 3, unfortunately. It's gonna get pretty big. So it'd be like that, but with 3. 62, my bad. This 62 is not applying. Oh, fucking UI. Good enough. And I can improve on this later. Right. So the whole point of this was testing that the new concern worked. Which is how long did it take to reach? So you should see that scaling down pretty linearly. From the inside out. Now I can actually see these numbers. This is turn 3, 0.75. If we go further out to turn 4, it should be 0.5. Yep. And so on to the point where it's 0.25. That's not enough. That should be 0. But before I change that, is it making, it's really hard to tell, is it making smarter choices? Okay, so there's another issue here, and that, oh, fuck's sake, there's another issue here, and that, it's not a systemic issue, and that is, it's only considering each turn and not, how long did it take to reach is always going to be the same value. It's the final turn that we're looking at, the final conclusion. Damn it, that's, really, that's the one it chose? Damaged, healed, stunned, passed. Okay, that's actually a pretty good move. They got me stunned for a while. But how long does it take to reach is not something that makes sense for a final conclusion because it's always going to be the same value. Always. Also, it's not only a +1 somewhere because that's one higher than it should be. So, how long did it take to reach is not an atomic metric you can apply to just a game state. It's something that's per. Or is it? Or is it? Because what kind of rankings are we getting? So what was the favorable one this direction? So we should see, hopefully, along the way, fairly high numbers. No, I'm just beating around the bush here. This number is still. It's like I want to be looking at the entire history, adding up all the ratings for the entire history. What would happen if I did that? The entire history. It's not just where you ended up at the end, because if I do that, if I just consider the final prediction, then how long did it take to reach there is now moot because it's the same for everything. But if I were to add up the ratings for all of the previous turns, so the rating of that feature is how good was it throughout the timeline, that might be a smarter thing for the AI to consider. It's like the AI would start thinking about things like, ooh, how did it get real bad? Did it So if the rating is a sum of all the previous ratings, that could be really interesting. And it's a super simple change. And I don't know if so. The rating, if I just take every game state knows about the previous game state, which I don't think I'm storing. I do have the history, but it's just strings. If I had the previous game state as well. So whenever I create a new game state, which is in create the future, then previous game state is the present, effectively, which could be null. Then I can go back when I'm rating the future. I can say, yo, the rating could be this rating plus if the future's previous game state is not equal null, then add the future's previous game state dot rating. Otherwise, add nothing. This needs to be blacking it up. Oh yeah, that could be. Oh, I keep forgetting about the null coalescing operator. It's a super simple change, but I'm really curious to see what effect that has. She'd end up with, okay, we got some nans there. That's to be expected because there was a nan early on. I think it's just to do with missing a plus. Yeah, just divide by 0. Minus infinity. 1. Oh yeah, yeah, that's why I ended up with a 0.25 in the first place, is I'm not, whatever I'm using to do the starting burn prediction is nonsense. So that's done in the concern weights. This. Because I'm dividing by the number of predicted turns. If this is ever 0, AI rounds to predict is currently 2. Should never be 0. So that's non-zero. So how do you get a nan here? How would you get a not a number? That's always non-zero. Well, the trick here is to log everything, unfortunately. It's gonna be noisy, super noisy. Yes, not that bad. How long does it take to reach? Not a number. Only way that could be not a number is, well, finding out by adding more goddamn. Oh, because the very first, the very first turn, when I create the very first turn and rank the very first turn, rate the very first turn, it's done here. And this doesn't have a present. And because it doesn't have a present, well, more importantly, it doesn't have this, the number's not set yet. So it might actually be, I think I need to set this to have at least one. So that very first turn is basically spoiled, and it affects all the subsequent turns. It's the first turn I don't really care about, so this should have a legitimate ranking. I need to fix that fucking. The jiggling. I mean, the obvious way to fix the jiggling is to turn off, have a settle speed. But that settle speed needs more work. Let's just try massively bumping up the damping. Just might just make this bit pretty fucking slow, or just kill it. See damping. Oh, man, yeah. Oh, we're not getting none numbers, and we're getting. This intrinsically just makes more sense. Numbers like futures that take into account their past as like a full-on rating seem to make more sense to me. But I'm not sure that makes sense for one more than one prediction. Like once they decide on a turn, which in this case was this one up here. Let's see if this makes a lot more sense here. 4.6. Okay. What do they do? I damaged, they healed. I healed for one for whatever fucking stupid reason. This like dumb maneuver by me would not be something I would do, but the AI doesn't have a timeline to feed off right yet. Not yet, so let's no problem. Stun for one and I passed. Stun for it takes two to stun for me to pass. They all seem to, well, this whole branch just seems to be about healing. What I would like to do is see ones that are, let's look at some really low ones that is shit. And all the out, yeah, let's look at a really crap one. They should be color coded, but that doesn't seem to be working anymore. 3 point, garbage. 3.6 seems to be crap. Oh, it's very red on the outside. That's basically when health is the same. Mm. The goal here today was to make it so I could discount futures that are already looking shitty. But I'm not any closer to that, I don't think. And there's no real getting around the fact it's to do with the weights just might not be tuned in right. The weights just might not be there. Like this is a very small number, my health versus their health, but why is it positive? They have less health. It should be negative. Am I messed up the teams again? So this one should be. This is a negative. I'm not seeing on the. Maybe I'm not seeing a negative here. Let's find that guy. What was it? Bottom left. So right here. Yeah. This. God, I can't select it. That's problem before. There we go. Found it. So this one. What if it's not showing a negative? No, it's genuinely 0.5. Oh, I also want to disable wrapping like that. Bit more readable. Sell down. So much of zeros. My weights and everything is just. You know what? I think I need to let it do combat. Like the first turn is never going to be that decisive. And I've only ever been testing the first turn, so I need to like actually let it play out a little bit here. Oh, great. Fuck. This is a problem I didn't want to deal with. So it's a physics problem on my compute cheater. It's gonna be my physics setting somewhere. I'm pretty sure I had protection for this in my compute cheater. I thought I did anyway. In my relay integration. No. I thought I did checks for infinity. This is a bitch because it's somewhat random. Somewhat it's completely random. I don't think it's helping. I'm doing this in batches and like just blowing it up. And it was a bit slower when I did it without batches, but I get the feeling that the batches might. It's like dumping a lot of physics all at once. A lot of heavy, potentially large numbers. It's just slower, but it doesn't tend to blow up as much from my experience. Oh no, it just blew up. Okay, but that just changes. This happens. Um, this tends to happen. This happens when there's good idea. I think I might have better luck here if I run this in a fixed update. which would make sense on a faster computer too, because it stabilized that a little bit too. Call it a hunch, but I think, yeah, basically, for those interested, fixed update runs at a fixed frame rate, 30 times a second generally. So for physics, it's much more reliable to run at a fixed update, because you don't get very small numbers, very fast frames or very long frames. If the frame rate of the application itself drops below a certain amount, it'll just run more fixed updates. So you never have to deal with like tiny numbers or giant numbers. It tends to result in much more stable physics, which I'm already starting to see the fact that this guy's not freaking out. So that might be our solution now. Oh, okay, spoke too soon. Well, that's only one place I'm doing it though. Is any other updates? Oh shit, that's all moot because I'm passing the wrong delta time in here. Because delta time is frame rate dependent. We need fixed delta time, which is that fixed frame rate. Otherwise, you're just doing. You actually, yeah, it's wrong. I'm not gonna say it's gonna fix anything, but okay. It's pulling out nans. So this was the hack originally. I would simply ignore nans. Nan stands for non-number, so infinity divided by zeros, that kind of shit. It's not a solution. I'm not looking for a full watertight solution right now, only because it just fucking work. What do they choose to do? Heal themselves. I think that's reasonable. Attack again. Oof. So the problem is, once it's now it's got an N. Oh, that's cool. Neat. It hasn't applied the two-dimensional flattening yet. You know what? I think that there's part of the problem here is that I'm flattening things to 2 dimensions from a very, as you can see here, like a very three-dimensional graph. Like this is incredibly three-dimensional. I say it's incredibly three-dimensional. It's like I'm running on a. Am I running on an orthographic camera here? No, it's perspective. Is it field of view? Oh, my field of view is huge. Let's do the zoom. Not my code. But yeah, I mean that's to be expected. Again, I don't want to get into so much of this right now. So refer back to my to-do list. Um, let's be pragmatic here. Part of the problem is that there's too much shit being simulated on this fucking graph, which I'm not going to spend forever on now. It's not critical for the AI. It's just very useful. So if there's less things to simulate, the better. So my original intention here was to start discarding shitty futures. Now, as it stands now, I don't think I have enough information to say a future is crap. I have numbers that are slightly higher and lower, but like I don't. What threshold? Is it important? Like, because I can't just like throw away everything that's not moving in a positive direction because that means what if they only have negative options that will result in a slightly crappier future because they run out of choices. The one thing we have here that does seem to be a correlation is like in a completely neutral ideal world, what turn number you're on should be. Oh wait, that's the chosen one. Maybe it's -1. So this should, I think, range between 3 and 4, between 3 point something and 4 point something, which it seems to be. So anything above this turn minus 1, because this has been added because it's the player's turn now. If it's above this minus 1, so 4, then that's generally a positive direction to go in. If it's gone negative, it's below that minus 1, then that's generally a negative outcome. So I guess at some point you could say, well, if its rating times what turn it's on is less than a certain like percentage, then just like forget about it. Like this is 3.5, but these are all not great. These should be near 4. 4 is a break even. If my weights are correct, 4 is a break even. So these ones are not, they're close to breaking even, but these ones down here are kind of shit. So I think the first bet here is to, as we move along, but you can't make that decision too quickly. Like on the first turn, you can't. The very first turn. Oh, this is interesting. This turn. Oh, I think I'm not. I don't think I'm correct there. 2, near 2, 3, near 3, 4, gone down quite a bit. So any of these are. So what they did in this turn was dumb. No, I've got some problems here. These should all be different. These features should be different. They're all resulting in the same. All these are. I'm getting way too many of the same goddamn number. That's not right. Yeah, everything subsequent seems to be only rating on from the previous turn. Because all these 3 came from this turn, and they're all the same. So there's like a literal bug here that's not looking at the correct. It's like not looking at the correct turn, which probably makes sense why some of these numbers make no sense. Because why would the enemy have my health versus their health is minus 0.01, but they've got more health than me? Whereas in this turn, they had a 0.01 positive because their health was very slightly higher. So why is this one? Yeah, it's definitely ranking the wrong turn. It's not ranking what I'm seeing here. Okay, well, that would break literally everything, and God help you if you have to debug that without some visuals. I'll leave this. Yeah, I'll take this out. I'd rather it explodes than just freezes. So in my rate future, I need to eyeball that again because it's the rating plus the previous rating. God, it's blowing up the first turn now. That is not good. And once I start stressing the physics less, then this will become less of a problem. And I can deal with that crap later. Okay, settle down. Let's look at one that one's more easier to look at. This one, easier to look at. Enemy has less health, so this somewhat makes sense, but this makes more sense. Whatever these ratings are dependent on, these are wrong. And I think the biggest clue is going to be how long did it take to reach. That number should be 1 on this turn, and then drop from there. So it's 1 turn ahead. So I'm getting 1 on the second turn. So whatever I'm setting as the, it can be as simple as what I'm setting as the turn is wrong. leave that running. Well, this thing's only ever rating itself, so I don't think the problem's in here. Oh, shit. I know the problem is. This is creating a future. I think I know the problem is. This is creating a future, but I've not yet actually taken the action yet. So there's no reason this future is any different than the present. Well, it's the previous turn. The action has to be actually taken here before the resulting future, which pops out of here. Oops. Resulting future before this thing spits out. That's when the ranking needs to happen. Not in here. It's ranking, nothing has occurred yet. So of course it's not going to have anything useful. Something that's actually needed to change, like, health and stuff. And down here, this is where we would rank it. The resulting future with the source team. Yeah, because the future's changed. Okay, that should be obvious. Time travel's hard. Don't crash. Right, where's the present? That's the present. This is the potential future. Still getting 0 on how long it takes to reach. And then 1 still. But is this accurate now? Yeah, that's better so far. They healed, but was still a little bit down on their health. So that explains, like, negative there. Everything else should be 0 because no one's stunned. So it's turn 2 and they've really not done well in life. I gotta be very careful when I use to discount futures. So they stunned me. And this should be pretty decent for a turn, because they only stunned me for 1, which means fuck all. Can they take action 1? Can I take action 0? What's the weight on those again? To 0 to -1? Can I take action is -1, so that with a stun of 1, it's already worn off but by the time the enemy takes their turn, so that's a 0. Can they take action 1? That seems like a big number. And my whole theory about this number being tied anywhere close to turns is complete fucking bullshit. It's totally down to how many concerns are. If I had another concern right now, then this number would be just bigger. So that is not a way of discounting turns. This number is not related. So I have to be smarter than that. It's down to normalization again. Ah, see, that's something at least fixed. Look, all these numbers are different. Perfect. So why was this one here worse? They healed themselves when they were at full health already. That was dumb. So they got a rating of something. Here they instead stunned, which is also kind of pointless. These should have been the same. Well, technically, actually, no, because they first of all, the stun of one is. I need to fix that right now. The whole stun of one. If they stun for one, it should mean that someone's lost a turn. I'm reducing that far too early. So player stunned. Uh, the stuns need to be. They're reduced in the tick, and this is happening too often. It's happening per turn and not per round. So if I stunned them on the first turn for one, then immediately they'll discounted it. This is well, I left this of it. The to-do says it all. This should happen per round, which means it shouldn't even happen in here. It should happen. Enemies done their thing. Players done their thing. And this happens inside a for loop for however many. So this should happen at the end. Um, Damn, I just realized something else. Updating the ticks in the current future. That's okay. That's the present clone. So when I recurse, basically when I recurse here, um, when I recurse, the turn has actually passed. So at this point, it makes sense, I think, to update any effects. Any effects for the next round is simulated. That I think makes sense to do there. Now I'm using the wrong thing here. This is going to be the player feature. Yeah, the player feature. So now that will only happen once per round and not per turn. AI is tricky. So stuns, I should probably reduce how potent those things are now, if this is going to work. Stuns go between 0 and way too much. Potentially a stun does fuck all. But it should never go up to 2 turn will always be preferable. But sometimes it'll should get 0. And that'll be on action. Stun. Range, min amount, is that inclusive? Min inclusive, max inclusive. Because there floats. But I'm probably doing some rounding here. Yep. So I'm never gonna get shit. This should be a math floor. And then I do want to have it up to, because it's 4, the problem is these are floats, that's the thing. Because they're floats, I kind of have to add an extra one if I'm going to floor it. So that'll go between 0 and 2. It'll never reach 3. Once in a bazillion years, it will reach 3. If I stun, stun for 1, and all of these should be passed, and it wasn't passed. So it was ticking too early. stunned for one, and then they. Right, let's just throw some logging in there, because clearly. Oh, yeah, some logging here. Figure the stunning out first. Oh, I'll fix that some point. Oops, I attacked. That's all I want to do. Just also log. I keep doing it by instinctively attacking when it's done. Lovely. Stunned for 1.7, something on there. Rounded to 1. So they're not missing a turn from the looks of it. Right, I'm just gonna simplify this shit because it's starting to piss me off. Iteration speeds and like fucking crashing constantly. I'm just gonna. I haven't predicted one turn. Oh, you're shitting me? Alright, well, it's nothing to do with the physics at all. Ooh. In fact, it's the opposite. Interesting. I think I'm missing a time dot delta time somewhere. This has got a lot worse since my computer got faster. Let's kill pre-warms. Go to pre-warming. So I stunned for 0. Nice. Great. They want to do what to me? Stun me. Oh, this seems to be functioning. Stunned, I had to pass. So that's preferable. So I can't do shit. Can I take action? -1. Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong again. I think I solved the problem before that was not a problem. Because I was one turn behind the entire time. I thought the turns were backwards. But now it's saying, can I take an action -1? But that's not true. This is a good thing to happen, even though it hasn't gone for it. Even though there's better options. Can I take action? Means can the enemy take an action? And I stunned them for none, so they never actually got stunned. They stunned me, I had to pass. So the only person who can take action was the player. And it also thought that was the best bet. Which makes I'm ranking these things separately. Okay. That's a mistake, first of all. When I create the future and do all the things down here, I rate the future right there. The other place I rate the future is when everything's fucking done. They've finished thinking completely. I look at all the conclusions, I go through all the conclusions, and I rate those features. based on it being the enemy. But it's not the enemy. It isn't the enemy. The future is whose turn it is during this wait. And once they play their turn, it's no longer their turn anymore. It's the friendly's turn. The other one's looking at the source team. The source team comes from, if it's friendly, then it's do damage, then damage the enemy. So the source team is definitely whoever's in control of this game state. This future they're making right now, the game state here. Whoever's manipulating it. So it's their turn. It's their turn. So I rate the future based on their perspective of it. So this bit seems right. But the final ranking of the future, well, I mean, this should be pretty straightforward. I don't rate the future. When I rate a future, I've already created a new future and it has the team. So I don't even need to pass that anymore. This rank future thing shouldn't even take a team, just the future. There's just one more place it can go wrong. It's done. Oh, it's done for 0. That's pretty rubbish. I want to see this stun work on the player. There we go. Stun for 1. So they should all pass. Uh-oh. The enemy's not respecting. Enemy's not respecting the stun. Yep. So all these little things that add up to make. I don't know how to debug this without the visuals. Well, I probably just wouldn't have attempted a sophisticated AI system. Please try to fix that. And that's true. Uh-huh. That's ancient. Right, so the enemy is not respecting being stunned. So if I stun them, it's pretty easy. Do stun. If I stun them, then it's like, boom, player action. Create a future based on the action, and the action is me stunning them. So it creates a future based on this action. So the resulting future action taken was action. The thing that happened to it, so now we've created a brand new future. And it should result in the enemy being stunned, which I should be able to look up. Oh, we compile it, never mind. So they got stunned for 1. Please see that happen again. Show me. I want to see 1, 3. Okay, so it does seem to work when it's more than 1. So it's just reducing that. We affect text too early. I'll see a 1 again. There we go. Perfect. So I stunned for 1. And then they went on and just immediately took their turn like they weren't stunned. So enemy was stunned for rounding to 1. So they totally got stunned. I ranked the future based on that. Action amounts out on that. I'm not sure if I'm using that anymore. Yeah, totally not using that anymore. This is just moot. Let's clean this shit up a bit. Now that they're the same, so we don't need it. And this doesn't make any sense anymore. So I rank the future, add some blah, some occurrence. Their enemies stun turn, and that gets reduced in update 6, which happens in move to the future. This might be too early as well. I'm probably doing that on player action. Yeah, I create that, move it to the future, which means it then ticks everything and immediately gets rid of the effect. We do need to tick it once per round, and the player taking a turn is just as valid as the enemy taking a turn. When should we tick? Alright, I think guys, I need a cigarette. I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Hey, Pertan. Oh, it's gone. Oh, he's not here yet. Alright, so what was it doing? Oh yeah, figuring out when to tick these guys. This has been an ongoing issue. Let's just comment this thing out. Comment it. Okay, so player 1 stuns for 1. Enemy passes. So that's 1 turn. So we then tick the effects. So they're no longer stunned. Now it's the enemy's turn. Enemy stuns for 1. Player passes. Tick effects. That's how it needs to play out. And that's not currently, it's ticking when I move to the future, which happens at the start, which is already taking effects too early, so this already feels bad. It's also happening every time the player takes a turn. This is why the enemy is completely ignoring stuns for 1. So this is the wrong place to do it. And then finally, it's ticking when the enemy has taken their turn, which is the correct place to do it, because it's now my turn. A whole round has finished. So this is too early. Rounds happen. Player does something, enemy does something, tick. Enemy does something, player does something, tick. So when the player has done their turn here, and this happens, wait, not to action. Yeah, okay, fine. If when the player action has happened, we move to the future. It's not the future is 1 turn and not a round. This is not when it should be ticked. So when will be the correct time to tick? It's when the enemy has taken their turn after the player has taken their turn. I think this needs to happen in like the actual game loop. Oops. Which is an update. If it's the enemy's turn and they're not stunned. Well, here's a problem right now. If it's not their, okay, so it's the enemy's. If it's the enemy's turn, if they're not stunned, do the thing. If they're stunned, skip the turn. Oh, damn. Hold the phone. I'm doing it twice. Shit. That's wrong. All kinds are wrong here. Fucking hell, okay. So that was dumb. I was arbitrarily reducing the ticks, the stuns. My stuns were pretty much ineffective against them. They're being reduced twice. So then we move to the future. So this constitutes the player. It's the enemy's turn. They've done their turn. Their turn ends when the thinking is finished. So 1 place to tick would be here. We move to the future. And that is moving to the future. But that's only them doing their turn. Now it's the player's turn. Okay, when the effects should be ticked. It needs to happen in the game loop, I think, because it really depends. Was that comment that I put in here? Uh, yes. I take my turn, the enemy takes their turn, then we tick. So that would be me. Move to the future. Doesn't mean it's the end of the round yet. I'm wondering if basically I should just do a check here, like if the round, 2 turns, was finished. If turns in a round is now 0, which I need to decrease here. Then we take. With the presence. And all I need to do is set this up to set this to 2 every time somebody's turn starts. So when my turn starts, so this is someone's turn starting. Well, basically, whenever I increase the turn, which is a move to the future, I would then decrease the turns in round by 1. Right. So basically, this. On to the next turn. If the round is over, so when do I reset this? Oh, I reset it as soon as this thing happens. And this has to start at 2. That looks about right to me. Yeah, so I can't really handle that in the player in the turn or the enemy in the turn because it's okay. So I stun. I stun for 1. All of them should be passes. And they're not. So that didn't work. To get rid of this. It's too noisy. Stun. I stunned for 2. It will pass that time. I need to see. Alright, I'll make all the stuns 1 for now. At least for the player. So I can reliably test this. So I stunned for 1. And then the round finished. The round is finished. When I did a stun. That's wrong. Let's just say turns around. That starts at 2, right? Starts at 2. Although I do a move to the future right at the beginning of the game and start. And that's probably not smart. Yeah, because at the start, this is the blank future. That's why it's got null here. So I want to check if there is, this is kind of create the future. This move to the future is artificially done that. I need to, I guess, check if the first, I need to, ideally there wouldn't be a blank turn in the beginning. That's the thing, but I do need I need a present. I need something. So I might have to be a little bit hacky here and say, look, mate, if the future actually had a previous turn, which can be null. So if it actually had, so this will discount the first turn, which never, well, not even a turn. It's the first, it's like the beginning of the game. It's like the initial state. There we go. That's more like it. Now they were stunned, and you were stunned, skipping a turn, waiting for the enemy IA is thinking. All of their well, they passed that turn, so their future predictions only going to be based on 1 turn. But all of them involve them passing the turn, which is good. That looks like my turn endings. Where is it? This has got to fuck off. It's too noisy as well. Stunned, passed, and they decided to heal, which would be a dumb move. So that got 0, as expected, because there's no benefit for anybody. This one should be -1 because they can't do anything. This is lining up now properly. How long did it take to reach? That's completely wrong. -1. Never mind. How long did it take to reach -1? That's wrong. so many little moving parts that once they all click into place, so that's all great. AI rounds to predict is currently 1, so this should always be 2. When they start doing the AI, this gets set to 2. And when does it get reduced? It doesn't. It doesn't. The problem is the ranking. And that the turn has been advanced by 1 already. Yeah. And it creates it, it advances it by 1. So I'm off by 1 basically. And I don't know if the solution is just to subtract, to add 1 or subtract 1 from this. I think it might be, to be honest. It's kind of gross, but oh, no, this is backwards again. Can I take action 0? That should be -1. Can they take action? Yeah, this is looking at the wrong team again. But I was in the middle of looking at that before I got distracted, so that's possibly the this flipping thing. No, it's not flipping here. That's the beginning. This is always going to pass friendly to start. So that's always going to be the player's turn to start, so this should always be friendly. But where it's done here, other team. The flip I'm doing here, I don't think that's what I want to be doing anymore. Because there was like a compounding issue there. There was like 2 things. That were causing the same. Alright, turn 0, 0, fine. Why would the enemy want this to be? Why is this a good thing for the enemy? It's not. The rating isn't about. Okay, I gotta remember the rating is, this rating is for whose turn it is, and because this is green, this is the player's turn. This is a good thing. Like they're stunned, they can't do shit. So this is good for the player by 2. Now it's the enemy's turn. Can I take an action? -1. Yes. So now this rating's wrong. Because this should be -1, and it totally should be, because they had to pass. It sucked. It sucked for them, they had to pass. Can I take an action? No. By I mean whoever's turn it is, and because this is orange, it's the enemy, so it should be -1, so this rating at top should be -1, so something populating that wrong. These tools are going to be goddamn useful, they need to fucking reflect reality. So let's stick to the source of that, which is the ranking, which is pretty fucking simple. Game state rating. So maybe I'm populating this wrong then. have to keep in mind it's adding the previous state. Yeah, that's the problem. It's adding a previous state. So yeah, it sucks for them because of -1, but because I'm adding the states, it's 2 minus 1. So their future is like meh. I'm not sure that's a good idea anymore. So what other things they could have done? What did they decide to do? Shield themselves, which would be a complete waste of time. How long did it take to reach 1.5? Oh, that's fucked. Venom was going the wrong direction though. How long did it to reach? That's a concerns. And that's that fucking -1 I just added. Arrgh. I wonder if I should be using rounds instead of well, that should still work. I'm just flailing at the map. It's not a good look. I have to put that turn that pre-warm back on. The graph's hard to read. Alright, well I think I've discovered something. Pre-warming. Might be where my problems are coming from. Yep. Well, that's good to know. Problem with pre-warming is I'm using this fucking time step multiplier, and that's not surprising. If I'm using this against a delta time and not a fixed delta time, then that's buggered. Yep. There we go. Is there any other fucking time delta times in here? No. Right, maybe that's the last one. That would explain why the first one freaking out, because the frame rate's either very small or very high on the very first frame, so pre-warming would just... Anyway, I better not get my hopes up. We're just gonna check. Hopefully that's the last... If I'm that would explain why the pre-warming was just totally tanking everything. That would make complete sense. Alright. Slowly but surely. I wish they'd get the fuck away from each other a bit more. Let's try this. I don't want to get that buggy thing while I'm so tempting to just mess with these values forever. Because there's always a sweet spot when it looks perfect for a certain size graph, and then you change the graph size changes and it else just goes to shit. Like this is too much drawing to the center. Maybe I want less drawing to the center. Oops. You don't need much drawing to the center for it to work. Too much and makes that creates those overlaps. That repulsion is right. So finicky. Anyway, don't get dwelling on that. So nothing happens in the first turn. For the enemy, I stun them, so that's looking good for me. They're stunned, they can't do shit. That's great. What do? They passed, which means they can do anything. So that went from 1 to -1. Oh, now I've got some bullshit number. How long did it take to reach -1? Okay, that's just so garbage. However, I need to sort that out right now. This is complete garbage. Think it out. Think it out, Cash. Think it out. Because this could be a potentially really important one. Alright, so it's turn. Today's turn 10. And, well, it's 11, because I started at turn 10, so that would be when they started, divided by the number of predicted turns, which would be 4. Well, 2 in this case. Right, so it should be a half. I need to do some logging in here. Let's put the actual total in there as well. Okay. Right. Here's a -1 we don't want to see. So way back in the that one doesn't count. This one has a 0, which is totally wrong. That was the player's turn. So this is the first enemy turn. And this is the one we're getting -1, so let's peek at that. So -1's coming from, hey, it's turn 2. Prediction started at turn 0. That's wrong. This needs to be, no, this is the turn they're about to take, not the one that just happened. So wherever this is getting set is too early. Yeah, because the turn they're about to predict is actually the next turn, not the turn that just happened. So this gets moved forward and moved to the, oh damn. No, I can't use current turn. I can't use this at all. Cannot use this at all. Oh, no, I can. It should be good beginning. It's the beginning of the prediction. So wherever, because they're predicting the next turn from the present, then that should be +1. I think that should hopefully iron out that. I'm glad I seem to pin down the pre-one on the not a number bullshit. Right, -1. And it's still coming from how long did it take to reach. So that's not still fucked up. Find out -1. I'm getting numbers above 1, which is just nonsense. This one doesn't count. This is the first turn. Prediction start turn 0. How can this ever be 0? Because where we set it is something +1. Is this like starting a negative number? Alright, so I still got a plus in there somewhere. This should never be 0. Unless I'm using it. Use this -1. This is turn 2, and the enemy definitely had some thought, did something. They chose something. It was a minus. They passed, which sucks. And then we got another problem here. Great. Can't take action -1, but then also how long did it take to reach -1? So it should be -2 technically. Oh, no, that's not true because the original one it came from was probably +1. So yeah, -1. That makes sense. Um, how is it 0? Well, this calls for debugging. It's gonna be 0. What? What? 3? How the hell that happened? I must be. Oh, current turn is not what it is, not as described. That's the problem. Because move to the future happens every time I take an action and when I finish thinking. I needed stack trace on this. I think that's happening in places I don't expect. Advancing turn, which happens at start. Let's actually put the turn after that. Advancing to turn, advancing to 0. Oh yeah, because I'm. There we go. Advancing to 1. Hmm. Well, my math is wrong here. I think. Yep, I have to think this math might be wrong. How long did it take? So this is the number that keeps. This is the only number that changes. So this number keeps increasing. Let's say this is 1. This keeps increasing. Always. So this number keeps increasing. Therefore, this whole number keeps. No, this number keeps increasing. So this number should keep decreasing. And in this case, that makes sense because it's turn 1 is 1 minus 0. Why is this 1? Anyway. Oh shit. No. When the AI. Okay, this is left over. This is fucking. This turn is fucked. This isn't been given a value yet. It starts at 1. So it hasn't got a chance to do this yet. Which makes sense if it's my turn. So when I'm doing this shit, I should also output the states team turn turn. Don't really care about the player's turns here. Hey, Shock Turtle. Welcome. Knee deep in plus ones and minus ones everywhere. And very busy log here. So the friendly turn. I don't really care about these friendly turns. Enemy turn. It's now turn 2. We started prediction at turn 0, which is wrong. It's completely wrong because this should be a bit increased. So where the hell is stack trace coming from? Alright, because this would be ranking, I guess, this turn? Yeah, -1. So the enemy's turn, they passed. But it's still, this still should be. Number of predicted turns needs to be set more than just into enemy AI because it's being used in more than just enemy AI. Because I don't. Oh yeah, fuck. Of course, I don't call thinking if they're stunned, so it never has a chance to. It never has a chance to set this up. This needs to happen way, 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 way. Oh, this is cold. So if it's the enemy's turn, that's when we restore this shit. Store the turn the AI started predicting how many turns it would predicted. Yeah, okay. That would totally throw the math off completely. Because they were skipping it if they're stunned. Slowly, inching, closer and closer. Alright, where's the beginning? So, this is the enemy's turn, so it should be good because I stunned them. And it's good because they can't. Can they take action? No, so that equals +1 because they're stunned. Now, the first AI simulation one is this. That's numbers completely wrong, 1.5. They decided to pass, so nothing good here. -1 because they're stunned. But then there's this, how long did it take to reach? You know what, Nine Tails? I'm beginning to think your idea about the multiple is making more and more sense for how long did it take to reach. Because my approach so far has been like, well, just add up all these fucking numbers as we go, but I don't know if that's viable. Luckily, these are like incredibly simple things to change. It's just like which one makes more sense. They're also incredibly simple to test too, just because of this graph. They're incredibly easy to test. If it weren't for the graph, this would be impossible to try ideas out. So, but 1.5 is still wrong. So let's find what's happening. Prediction. So this one is a friendly turn. That one doesn't ever count. So first enemy turn. Turn 2. Prediction started 3. Where the fuck did 3 come from? I was throwing +1s like arbitrarily all over the goddamn place. Oh, right, I've moved it now. That might not make any more sense. So I've moved this. Just flailing at the math until it works. I only feel remotely confident doing this because it's so easy to test and visualize when what's fucked up. They passed. Alright, now we're getting a legitimate number here. 1. That's the correct number. But I think Ninetales might have been right, and that it doesn't make sense for this to be positive because this is a shitty outcome. They're stunned. Why should I, just because it took them one turn to get to stun, does not make stun better. It's like a diminishing returns thing. But the longer it took you to get there, the less this rating really means. Because it took you so long to get there. If it's extremely positive or extremely negative, it took so long to get there that I think it may, yeah, I think you might be right. I think it might be a multiple. Well, we'll see how it pans out after that. So one of the other options they had was they decided to damage me, which is always a good move. They got a beneficial concern for them their health being better than mine, and this is still 1. So that's wrong. That should be point 5. It's point 0.5 here. Oh, maybe no, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong. Or am I? It should never be 1 twice. So how did it end up being 1 twice? It's probably because I'm changed. Right, because yeah, I know why. Because it's still the same round. I set this here. Number predicted. Might be smarter as making this round instead. Hey, sequence. How's it going, mate? We're just missing Pertan, and we got like almost a full team here. Well, at least a couple more people. Well, welcome to the waking world. You tuned into me doing that debugging dance. And we'll end up just like adding 1 here and subtracting 1 there and seeing if things seem to line up. Fun times. I'm beginning to think this turn thing is wrong because it makes sense that this is happening once per round. Because when the enemy starts thinking, they're thinking, well, they're thinking many turns ahead. So this, I guess, doesn't belong here because as soon as they start thinking, they can go as many turns forward as I let them. So every time I have a curse, I do have to change that. I can't wait. Let me rethink what these actually mean. No, the prediction turn start does need to change. This is wrong because current turn only changes when I finally move to the future, and that's not what's happening during any prediction. So it doesn't matter if this thing gets recalculated over and over again. That's fine because it's the same goddamn number. I'd rather live in the same place. So during enemy AI, I've started to a new round effectively. This is the beginning of a new round. So current turn is completely wrong. This needs to be basically the future's turn. Because this future is what I'm then predicting these next 2 things on. And no, right, cash, calm down, settle down. This the whole point of this is that the further in the future it got, the more diminishing the returns there were. And if I put it in here, that won't be the case. It will not be the case. For it to serve its purpose the way I want it to work, it has to happen when I first start to simulate the AI, which was previously out here, and now it's making sense again. But this current turn makes sense. I don't know if it does. This is the problem. This one fucking line of code. When it gets cold, and whether I need to tweak that value is the problem. Yeah, you're getting just stupid ass numbers now. Just dumb numbers. And it's pretty fucking easy to tell. As I go back in time and you start getting like -1. And it is the enemy's turn. So prediction starts at 0. It's turn 2. 2 minus 0 divided by. When did I make this not times 2? That was a. I didn't. What the hell's happening here? Number of predicted turns is 1. And that's happening. Okay, this is not happening in the enemy AI. That's why. This is happening. Okay, because they're fucking stunned again. This is why I moved out in the first place. Fucking hell. Alright, so I think we need a combination of the two here. It does need to happen. I'm not even sure this is the right solution anymore. Like, why why would this them being stunned be special from the AI? The AI should consider the fact that, oh, I can't do anything, so my only option is to do nothing. Why am I separating the AI out from them being stunned? It doesn't make any sense. The AI should be like, all right, well, in fact, it already does. It's like when they do enemy AI, it goes like, okay, what possible actions do I have? Which happens here, get available actions, and it looks and checks if they're stunned. If they're stunned, it returns nothing. So I don't need to do this. It's some special case nonsense here. I just get them to just make them do their AI. They should just do their AI because they're gonna skip their turn anyway because they only have one option. And then by doing that, this does make sense again because it's being done properly every single time the AI runs, which is every turn now. All numbers are dumb, which is considered yes. So it's actually just been a sequence of numbers. It's terrible. Stunned. Okay. Gonna converge on some fucking sensibilities here. This makes sense because they're stunned, so that means they can't do anything. So +1, that makes sense. So okay, what's the first one? 1. Why? Ah, alright. They're stunned, so that's -1. And now it's the how long did I take part, which is 1. Now, if this is 0.5 on the next step, then we're good. 0.5, cool. So this number's garbage. Like I don't want to use it there, but at least it's being calculated correctly now. So that's good. Let me just like try throwing 2 turns at it and see if well, 2 things. Does the physics explode? No, I fixed that physics bug. And 2, do the numbers still make sense? So I'm gonna stun. Get some more space here. Alright, where's reality? Reality's down here. Looking at these numbers here, 0.5, so that's the 1, it's the first one, then it gets to 0.5, and then it should be 0. Okay, it's 0.25. Oh, that's not right. Um, unless there's another +1 I'm thinking about might be missing. Oh god, plus ones everywhere. I'm thinking, should it ever be one? Because this a legitimate turn has occurred, so time has taken. Either way, this is gonna have to move. Like this is not doesn't not make sense here anymore. The goal, like these numbers keep compiling up, so the ratings keep going up and up and up, and the one it chose in the end lies down here. There you go. The one it chose to do. This makes sense. Please make sense. I stunned them. They had to pass. Then I damaged them. They damaged me back, and then I stunned them. How is this a good thing? This looks like a shitty situation to be in. It's got to be better ones. What's the best one for numbers? Okay, number-wise, that one's actually so far looking good. Oh, maybe, no, this is better. This is definitely better. How is this worse? How did this end up being a good thing? I think what I need to do is, the ratings, individual ratings here on this. Help me get a feel for like why it's heading in a certain direction. That would be useful. It could be in a net is coming from the concern rates, which is here. When I rate the future, oh dear, because so many little issues with this that it's getting distracting. This, for instance, I think is happening twice. Yeah, it is. Because I'm always rating the future. I'm always rating the future inside create future based on action. So this is actually doing it twice on that final pass for the enemy. It's totally tangential to the problem I was just dealing with, but this can't happen again because it's actually doing this twice, which is bad news. So it's already been rated at this point, so I should be able to just take the state and rate it by its rating. That's redundant work. Slowly but surely. I'm just looking for these numbers to start making more sense. The highest number is obviously being the one being selected, but these two are equal. You shouldn't have, very rarely you should have ones that are equal. Although it's pretty early on in the game, so was this a smart move? This is the one they wanted to go for. Stun them, they passed. I damaged them, they damaged me for more, and then I stunned them. But they have no concept of the fact that, well, they do have this concept of the fact they're stunned. They don't yet, actually, yet, because they know I stunned them, but they don't know the consequences of the stun yet, because they've not taken the next turn. So they don't know that it's shitty to be stunned. So, as far as I'm concerned, this stun thing didn't matter. All they know is that they damaged me for more. So this does seem like a good option. Oh no. Shit. There's no reason this should be one. Oh, wait. I've been thinking about this all wrong. These leaf nodes. Oh my God, I'm completely thinking about this all wrong. These leaf nodes are the player's turn. That's why they're green here. And therefore they're being rated. Oh, which completely blows my concept of adding ratings up over time. It makes no sense anymore because the ratings are specific to which team they are. So you don't add your enemy's rating to your rating to the enemy's rating to your rating. It makes no sense. And these ratings are always going to be like the fact that the enemy's like, yeah, I stun them, therefore they can't take any action, so that's good. That's good. +1. So these ratings are always going to be the player ratings, which means, which means the enemy has, if I'm correct, the enemy has been trying to end up in a place where they're losing, or I've been staring at the screen, or I've been staring at the screen too long. Because they're, well, I mean, it's totally skewed because these numbers don't make any sense anymore because I'm adding them up. Yeah, no, I think Ninetales, the only way that's going to work is that the enemy takes the rating for your turn and inverts it. Because right now they're taking each turn as positive for whoever's turn it was, which you don't want to do. You want to invert that somehow, but they're not that easy to invert, I don't think. But also at the same time, no, no. If I add an inversion, if I add that inversion now, this might make some sense. If I know that when the enemy's finished thinking, the best future. Now I'm no longer doing the ranking here, so let's look at where it actually does the ranking, which is in the rank feature. I have to be super, super careful here because I do eventually want AI to be able to play against AI. So I can't just say, oh, well, if it's a player's turn, then reduce it. So I actually might need 2 ratings. Yeah, the AI would see the best features as the players making shitty decisions, um, which um, at the moment I don't see as a problem because that's the only level of simulation that can be done. The AI can't decide what the player's gonna. You can't make the player make a smart decision. It's basically making all of the decisions. But when there's a timeline involved, once the timeline's being reincorporated, then the AI is only going to be considering smart move. Well, what the players think is the actual human player thinks is a smart move. They're not going to be just randomly throwing shit at the like all the random possibilities anymore. So this is always going to be a little bit wonky. But I think we might need to have 2 different ratings here. Yeah, this will simplify everything. Like, the fact this is 1 rating for a future makes no sense. Because who's it better for? There needs to be 2 ratings. And that shouldn't be particularly difficult to add. So this would be the friendly rating and the enemy rating. And by renaming those, I broke everything, which is exactly what I wanted. And then I can do the inversion here, depending on whose turn it is. I'll come back to that in a minute. These guys will be a little bit tricky. That's what doing the color coding. I'm not super worried about that right now. But now, when the enemy's finished thinking, it wants to order them by the enemy rating. Same thing with the override. This is going to depend on the game state. So, what I'll do is the team rating. And that will be the one whoever owns that turn, whoever's turn that was. So if the turn team is enemy, then that will be the enemy rating. Otherwise, it's the friendly rating. So that's our color coding. Probably reuse that here. Yeah, we can reuse that here, I think. No, we can't. We can't because that's oh, we can totally. We do want to know how shitty it was for the player, or the enemy, the entire time. At least right now. So that can be reused. And there's another one down here. Okay, this is where it gets complicated because this is where the inversion might come in. Now we need to do a bit of UI. Ugh. I was done with UI for today, but clearly not. I feel like I can merge this shit into one. Because I already have a player and an enemy thing here, so the rating should probably just sit in with them. Which means the turn thing should probably just sit above. Do I even use the debugging for anything anymore? I don't think I do. Debug text, I don't think I touched that. Nope, I don't. So let's just get rid of it for now. And let's put the turn above. This is gonna get pretty kind of gross. Bear with me. Yeah, I'm gonna pop this above. This rating doesn't make sense anymore. This turn doesn't really need to be as huge as it is. This could be the full width. This can be smaller. Centered. That's the thing, it's gonna have color. Hey, Burton. How's it going, mate? Now these guys can be bigger. It's no longer about health, it's about participants. It doesn't even fucking matter anymore. I don't need this parent. Player, a little bit bigger. I'm probably gonna need more, want to put more information in those guys anyway, so let's just do this. Then I have a rating as well. So that's there, the health, this. Let's call this like HP. And this will be quite a lot of decimal places. So this code is 1.9.9999. This name's getting pretty small, but don't really care. CUI is getting a bit ridiculous, but fuck it. You're at work? Oh. Fair play, man. I need you guys to use the bathroom real quick. Smoke, I'll be right back. And you should swap the house number with the slider. The handle deleted. Oh, right, yeah, yeah. Yeah, the actual health bar would be useful. Can't be bothered right now, though. I guess I can. I'm already here doing UI. Fuck it. Alright, health. Slider. Bring in health number onto background. Health bar. And take up full space. On the full space. Background takes up the full space. There we go. Oh god, so can't be bothered with this. There, let's do that. The name's also going to be in the background too. So now we got the whole health slider there. Fill. Oh fuck. Wait. These just come out until this is set up. This is that. Yep. And then there. Now I can put these inside. And I'll color that. Oh. And the same over here. All right. Now we need the slider backgrounds for color coding. So when this is updating, this rating will be dependent on the games. Actually, no, I can do the game state dot team rating, and then health bar will be a slider, so its value will be the game state dot. Oh, there's two health bars. What am I talking about? Player health bar will be the game state's player health divided by game state player max health, and then the player health bar dot background color would be color between good and bad. And I don't like using red and green because everything just turns to mud, but I will. So much going on in this thing. Oh shit, T's last. Whoops. Alright, see what that gets us wired up. Says present background color is the team leading. And I'll come back to this in a second. There you go. So player health bar, enemy health bar, player health bar background. That's the fill, actually. Yeah, it's the fill area. Should probably call that fill. Okay. See that pans out. I did reference something. Health bar text. Did I disconnect something? Should say UI again. Player health text. Oh yeah, because I copied and pasted them in. That's gonna say HP at the end, so this should be oh right, yeah. Null reference. Reading text. There's two readings now. Yeah. Yeah, there's two readings, so this could be a player. No, it's friendly. Oh fuck, I'm calling player everywhere else. Player rating text. Enemy rating text. Oh, I didn't want that. That's reading player. Enemy. Hard to see if that's working. Change this physics a bit. Just give us a bit more damping. Is that working? I can't tell. Doesn't look like it. Turn 5. Background. Player. Health pod. So the background's the same color, I think. Alright, it's getting there. Yeah, the background of this is needs to be not green anymore. This needs to be, fuck, I don't know, white. Actually, what I'll do is not have an image there at all. Finally, the rating will show through a bit better. Oh yeah, speaking of the rating, the overall background color, this one, set rating percent. This is not really min rating, team rating. Okay, yeah. These are completely wrong now. These mins and maxes are just nonsense. Because I'm only looking at the enemy rating here. Alright, fine, fuck it. Min. Enemy. Future rating. Min. Enemy. Max enemy future rating. State. Dot. Player. Sorry, it's friendly rating. Let's pull that player rating. Call it player everywhere else. Now those color overrides need to be the if game state dot team equals enemy, then use the enemy and the enemy rating. Else And then player, max player. Yeah, okay, let's do it this one. Okay, sure, go ahead. Turnery the hell out of it. Well, it's easier to see the background color, which I'm not convinced is any good anymore, given the best one here is still red. Holy shit, how did they lose so much health? And why would they ever decide to go down that path? They're getting fucked up here. What a weird future. The ratings are being updated. Okay, I'm sure I fucked up the rating system because I went with team rating and it's not doing shit. So, and it's not just. Oh wait, I didn't. I took out the yeah, the whole thing's broken right now because I took out the switch to my SDF. Not that one. The nope. Uh, rank, rank, featuring, rate featuring. This I took this bit out. It's kind of fucking important. So player rating will be the problem is this rating is only going to be added. This is where the inverse part needs to happen. Not necessarily true, actually. I can just do this twice. So this would be the player rating, and always use, yeah. No, this is making more sense because, yeah, it just is. Um, this would be team dot friendly. Is our player rating, and then do the same thing. Feature for the player. Then I would do this. That's old. Player rating is the previous game state's player rating. Still not sure I want to do this. Now, I know it's gross copying and pasting it, but I want to get some shit done here. Shit. Concern weights doesn't make sense anymore because it's actually two different things. This is the player concern weights. I mean, I'm just gonna really overload the UI a bit, but that's okay. That's why I have a scroll. And finally, enemy rating would be the enemy rating plus the previous enemy rating. and then returning anything from this. I never even used the return value from this, so that's fine. Lose that. Get rid of that and that. Pixel puff expanding. I think I can't remember. I don't think I did. So I pretend. I think it's still sitting there. Yeah, no, I guess I'm using the um the panning multiplier. I probably should implement that because it's panning is a little bit janky right now. Still a concern and its value for debugging testing. Yeah, fine, sure. Uh-huh. And now when I was using, some errors here, the errors will be here. So now I'm going to populate the concern weights for this case. I'm going to take the players first and concatenate that with the enemies. Now I need to have, damn, okay, so it's not that easy. It ain't that easy. Clear it. Do the players first. And have, I don't know, have it in a different color. I don't want to add more text. This thing's already massively jammed. So I'm gonna make this line make it green. I'll make the background not green. I don't have the space to do this. Orange? I'm not sure that's a color I can use. I don't want red. Now the background on that's gonna have to be not, oh no, dark green, that's fine. So that can be the line. I think line's a color. Alright, those colors are better. Those worked. The line is not a color, I put space in it. That did not help. I didn't put space in it. Where's he getting a space from? Green? Alright. Well, I mean, I got hella debugging information now. Well, that's kind of the purpose of this whole thing. So the one it chose, I'm not sure with these rankings here. Well, it would have chosen the one. Okay, these are making way more sense now because of no, they're not. No, they're not. Not in the slightest. That's it. I'm gonna color code more on here. Now I'm going down this route. Init here will be, I'll give it a color as well. Should be if the event, oh fuck, I don't know what, right, when I'm, fuck it, when I'm adding to this history, which is an add occurrence, I think. The occurrence still a string, get action string, I will color code this now. Ugh. Hey, watch this shit. It's gonna be gross. Super gross. I'm not even sure I can get away with this shit. Line breaks, of course not. I'm not one lining that. That's madness. That's fucking madness. So what I'll do is grab the bar description and then return color equals whatever color description color. This is way too close to web dev for my taste. And this will be a ternary, so it needs to be source team. I don't really need source team anymore, but we'll go with it. Friendly, friendly, make it green. Otherwise, red. What did I use? Orange. I forgot already. I went with orange. Well, if anything's improved, it's certainly information. Whether it's correct or not is a totally different thing. But the splitting of the two rankings is absolutely essential. I don't know if these numbers are right in the slightest, but this is definitely not right. They chose there's no way this is a better situation for the player, for the enemy. Oh, PHP. Blah. Stunned, pass, stunned, pass. I mean, smart. It's a smart move. It's not a dumb move. They got a little bit of. That's wrong. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I keep forgetting there's green. This is it. So the green means the player thinks this is a bit better because they have more health, so that's fair. -1 because they're stunned. That's also true. Forget this for a minute. That's just garbage. This is negative because yeah, they're behind, and +1 because I'm stunned. How the hell did I get to 5? I don't feel like the player one is adding up for their turns. It's definitely not adding up. Something is not being populated in the rank, sorry, rate future. Something's not adding up here. Enemy, previous enemy player, player, previous enemy player, enemy player, concerns, enemy, friendly. Something here is not adding up. Right. Friendly, player, 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 player. Enemy, 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 enemy. See you, Chow Toodle. Thanks for dropping in. How are these getting so fucked up? There's so much information here. I should be able to see what's happening. It's definitely something to do with spice stun. Stun is good for me because they can't move. Bad for them. So 1, -1. Correct. Next one. It's adding to 1. Enemy passed. How much did I stun them for? 1. So they still couldn't take action. So basically I got 2 for 1 here. I got 2 turns of benefit for 1. They should only. I'm not sure I should be doing that this way. I don't know if because I got 2 turns of stun. Because I'm adding up every single time I make a node. So it's going to keep adding up and adding up and adding up. It should probably only add it up if it's their turn. Because this thing, yeah, because this is the thing that, oh. Well, I don't know, I'm really not sure about this whole adding up thing anymore at all. So I'm just gonna rip it out. Just gonna fucking rip it out. Sorry, wrong way, didn't rip it out right. There. I'm just not gonna, there. Alright, beneficial for me, yep. Because they're stunned, so I get 1 point. They get -1 point, so that -1. The next turn, they passed. Which means basically, that's wrong. That number's wrong. That should be the total of all of these orange ones. And mine should be the total of all of these, which it is. 1 plus 1, so that's 2. Theirs is -1 plus, I can't fucking see what's down there. I guess it's +1 down here, so that would be 0. Yeah, the time taken to get their thing is this nonsense. This shouldn't be in there. I'll take that out as well. Just taking it out. So basically, nope. So that was just the wrong way of going about it. It just was stupid. Okay. Ugh, that was too shaky. Okay. Where did they decide to actually go? Let's work back from there. Here. So I'd expect it to be really red because it should be the shittest for me. And for them, it's positive. And because it's symmetrical, these should always be symmetrical, which they are. Which, it's naive, but I damaged them, they decided to damage me. And that's how they ended up. That seems like a fair move for them to make. So they decided to damage me. And then I'm going to go ahead and attack them back. There's some serious lag there, and I'm concerned that it's not visual anymore. The next move involves attacking me there. Fine. Go ahead. Let's actually try to just fight them. Keep attacking. Alright, what's their best choice now? I would assume heal themselves. No, they want to stun me. No, what turn am I on? On turn 6. What do they decide to do on turn 6? This number's out by 1. This number's out by 1. This is base 0, so this number's out by 1. So turn 7, they stunned me and I passed. Alright, so they should stun me. Now seeing that fucking physics bullshit. When everything's drifting apart and not. Heal. Yep, it's getting slower every time now, so time to profile. Actually, no. Something I need meetings to do since the beginning of this is how long does this fucking take if I don't do the graph? Yeah, for 10, it fucking would. Because right now it's slow and I'm like, oh shit, am I going down the wrong path here optimization wise? But it's getting slower every time, which suggests it's to do with building those fucking the UI with all of those terms and shit, which really isn't important. So I want to profile this thing. It's getting late. I want to walk away with some numbers. So profiling will be from and do enemy AI. I'll start profiling basically from yeah. And let's go to here. I don't know. Whatever. Turn for a timer that elapsed milliseconds. It's probably going to be in the seconds, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so this is it profiling with the graph. And then I need to figure out a way to turn the fucking graph off. .74 seconds. And let's try again. I think it's going to get slower every time. 2.84 seconds. Not substantially. Okay. So wait, I'm not scrolling down. Oops. It's not getting any slower. That's good. This is, yeah, it's thinking about the same time. So this is stable. It's slow, but it's stable. I don't mind it being slow because it's a shit ton of debugging. It's also not blowing up anymore, which is cool. 2.84. They're not making great decisions. So I think the AI is a bit wonky right now. 3 point something, are they? I would expect this to take a little bit longer because there's a lot more UI instantiation going on because there's a huge history in each one of these things now. And there's a lot of them. So it should get slower. Yeah, 4.2. So this isn't, yeah, just kind of what I expected. Sell down. Right. I don't know. I'm not sure what's causing these physics bugs to float away. That's something I'm not going to deal with right now. Something's getting turned to static or something. I'm not sure. It seems to be the problem. Problem I can deal with later. So, what I want to know, how long does this thing take when it's not actually simulating the graph? What was the easiest way to remove that? Basically, here, there. I'm wondering if it's as simple. Think it might be that simple. So don't think I really do much with this. Link nodes, it's all there. There's remove grain. These ones will have to go. Anything over touching the graph has to go. Which luckily is pretty simple to find. Okay, that should disable the graph. Hey, well that's nice. Except except he's not enabling my controls. Unless they're just chains. Oh, never mind. This is yeah, okay. Forget what I said. I have no idea how long it's taking it. Actually, I kind of do. That was kind of, it's still, anything else is touching these. What else is this being looked at? Touching a graph. Okay, that might be it. 0.02 seconds. Waiting for the turn to end. Well, turns out the AI is fucking quick. And stupid. No, no, they're healing themselves, not being totally stupid. I'm just winning because I'm not concerned about how small they are right now because I didn't change so much stuff in here. I also unbalanced the teams. Like I made my stun more powerful, which means they're making dumb decisions. If they knew my stun was always going to destroy them, so they would. God knows what that was making them think. Now it should be balanced. Oh, hello. Now it's balanced. Oh shit, they're being smart. Fuck. Not as bad as I thought it was. And the AI is instantaneous. Okay, this dev session has been a bit of a shit show, fucking about with little tweaky bits and whatnot. But they're not being dumb. Like I'm struggling here, really struggling. And it's fucking fast, which is good because I'm not hitting the graphs yet. All these actions and all the things they're doing right now will have to go through the graphs at some point. Right now they're not. They're going through simple code. So when the graphs come in, looks like I got some breathing room, some serious breathing room. I mean, it honestly doesn't make it doesn't even matter if it takes a second because there's gonna be animations playing during this whole process. While their last turn is playing out, they're thinking about the next one. Sorry, when the player's turn is playing out, they're thinking about what they're gonna do next. So that bodes well. Now, here's the real kicker. What happens if I bump this up to, look, 3 turns ahead? This is exponential, so this could get slow fast. Points, 0.12, okay. And theoretically, they'll be a lot smarter now? I don't know. Without seeing the graph, it's hard to tell if they're being smarter or not. But the beauty is that one of the things on my to-do list here is have 2 enemies play against each other. There's almost nothing stopping me doing that right now. Literally almost nothing, because they're just choosing, I'm just choosing arbitrarily one of these 3 buttons, and that's exactly what they're doing. So I can pit 2 against each other at like 10 or 20 battles a second, and then generate metrics, show like the most common winning strategies, and use that for balancing. That's kind of the whole point of this. Yeah, they're playing smart. I'm gonna have to get more aggressive. Well, I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm sure it's not working as intended because I can't see what's happening. I don't know what's going on. These weights might be messed up. I mean, but they're making pretty smart choices. Well, of a limited set of choices. God damn it! They finally decided to stun me. Oof, twice. Desperately trying to heal themselves because they're looking. Okay, let's go crazy now. Let's see how long it takes to simulate 4 ahead. I couldn't even do this before it would crash the computer. Maybe not my new computer, but this is a ridiculous amount of. Wow. 1.1 seconds. They considered 3,869 possible features. And I've not even optimized this thing yet. That's pretty good. Like this isn't even, I haven't even profiled this yet. There's probably some really dumb shit going on. So now they're really looking into the future and spending a second thinking about each time. I'm not sure with the limited options they have here, this is probably not going to make them much smarter than looking for 3. And also, there's honestly, a lot of that time spent is probably all the goddamn log. Oh my god, it's full of logging, isn't it? I do want that log. If I get rid of some of these logs, that 1 second might come down to even less. Cool. That's made me feel a lot better about about it. So this stun thing that needs me to fuck off. You'd be surprised how much logging, because every single log, and there's like a couple thousand there. Every single log needs to generate a stack trace, which is not trivial. Still tons going on. Don't need that. I do want that one. No, I don't need that one at all. That's stupid. That's dumb. Ooh, I made a fast AI. Although my computer is very fast, so. But saying all that, I got 24 logical cores in this computer, and Unity is fucking single-threaded. So honestly, it's a difference between 3 gigahertz and 4 gigahertz. It's really not much difference between. Oh, it's a bit more than that, but oh yeah, here we go. Now I'm down to like 0.72 seconds. What happens if I, okay, this will probably crash my computer. But I can make them think 5 turns ahead. This might take a minute or so because it's exponential. So I'm gonna attack them and then wait. And it's gonna take long enough, and I want to see what happens to my memory. Oh, it'll take 7 seconds. 32,000 possible features. I mean, I can do better. I can optimize that, and well, let's have a peek at the profiler. See what that. Yeah, that was a mistake. Opening a profiler was a mistake. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna wrap it up soon, guys. 5. Let's just go back down to 4. Bring our profiler down here. See what it actually is doing. Right, this is not helping much anymore. I need more frames. Lots more frames. It's fine by me. Okay, the problem is it's actually too fast. It's too fast. I can't even profile it at 0.4. At 4. That's madness. Oh no, don't tell your mom. Alright. Um, this is telling me something quite obvious. Uh, the problem is the reason it's taking any length of time to speak of is because it's running at about 600 FPS, which means it's completely me waiting on sorry, hang on. It means it's basically just the coroutines waiting for frames. If I don't wait for frames, they don't yield effectively. And when I'm doing the AI, if I just don't yield, I'm yielding a lot. If I just did this in one bulk thing, if I made this not uh, the simplest way to do this. If I don't yield on recursion, which I think that should do it, and then I'll need to have this to stop it freaking out. That shouldn't yield on recursion now. Well, okay. That went from 7 seconds to 0.41 seconds. Fuck me. Let's try 6. We're approaching like 6 is approaching like the chess AIs of the day back in the day. 3.19 seconds, 183,905 possible features to consider. So, whilst this is great news, it sucks for one other reason. Um, I will never be able to visualize that with my graph system. Well, that's not true. My graph system runs on the GPU and can handle that many nodes, but there's no goddamn way that Unity can handle updating that much UI on the screen in world space on a world space canvas. It would just kill itself. So the AI is capable of way more than I can visualize. Like I want to know what 7 looks like now, and this means the AI can handle anything I throw at it. 7 is going to be in the millions, many millions, and this might take a while. Okay, we have a memory, it's definitely chewing memory here. That's that's probably because I took out the yields. I wonder if I'm going to hit my memory usage. Probably don't think I will. Although it is exponential. It'd be kind of fun if I hit 32 gig on this. Oh no. There we go. 31 seconds and it was 1.8 million features. And that's without optimization, without it saying like, yeah, this feature sucks. Forget about that feature. Anyway, 6 is, I'm not even sure 6 is makes any sense to simulate that far ahead. Because it's well beyond anything they could, sorry, 7. That's well beyond anything that the player could ever put on the timeline. So like, it just doesn't make sense. 5 is easily more than enough, and this is still considering that the player can play absolutely any move any move any turn, which isn't the case because that's what timeline's for. So realistically, we're probably looking at less than a second for AI simulation, AI prediction, and we're not gonna have any animations or even simple sounds that last that long. Fucking the button will take that long to push. All right. Right. Next plans. Obviously, I'm not convinced the AI is doing smart things. So but there's so much more information now being shown in that graph. If I just trim it down again, what does this suite look like? This might blow up the physics. It's instantiating a ridiculous amount of things on the screen right now. Instantiating things in Unity is slow. And it's not doing it in a coroutine anymore because I stopped yielding. Now we find out if this physics can handle this. It should be able to, but probably what will struggle is the UI canvas. I know this physics engine for the node system can handle hundreds of thousands of nodes at a reasonable frame rate, but these are hundreds of thousands of nodes that all have canvases on them, individual canvases, not even Well, I'm not sure if they are individual canvases. Either way, there's just way too much UI going on here. Oh, 381. So we found our limit here, and it's definitely UI. It's kind of pretty though. If I take the physics and I turn on sleep, turn my sleep settle to like 1. Oh, everything kind of vanished. Oh, no, it's thinking. I honestly, I don't trust Unity to be able to handle that many canvases. It's just not what Unity it does well. So I'm still culturally stunted. I have no idea what that reference means. I think that's 3. Oh, that 3 is quite a lot for the graph. So the solution here is I can make this. I can totally make the graph work. I just don't need to display the entire fucking history. I just need to display the leaves, like the edge, the periphery, the edges, the decisions I decided that were good enough to take to to make. I mean, you can handle like this number, okay, no problem. But that's already too many nodes to be looking at. So I just need to, trim the information. There's no reason to have more than this on the screen. So just trim what's not relevant. Just like fade out all of the ones. Like remember, every single one of these edge nodes has the entire history of what happened in it. So you don't really need anything but the edge nodes. And even the edge nodes, you don't need the ones that are rubbish. You just need the ones that are like, good or shit or whatever whatever you're trying to debug. So the graph system can still handle like quite a lot. Just wondering, I'm gonna have to figure out. Okay, it's time to start making notes. I still need. All right, it's just sort of somewhere random. Just to do. So, uh, I have some notes first, actually. Color should notes be? This color. Note. Uh, AI with a unoptimized AI without the graph generation is fast to do. We think the um, aggregation of readings between features to discard copy timelines. Um, turn AIs against each other. That's gonna need some subnotes. Flat metrics for winning strategies. Now, I need to start moving this much closer to the actual core, the core combat system. So to do that, I need to bring in timeline for player moves. And that involves use the timeline and insight when enemy AI. I also will need to couple that with, oh, it's going to need cards too. Bring a timeline and cards, which also means I want to create a player AI that can play cards in the hand. That's where the real balancing is going to come in. That's going to be cool. Those are the big ones. This is the high level stuff. Like once this is done, it's ready to be incorporated to, oh yeah, right, the big one, another big one. Use graphs for uh, determining action. Not only the action outcomes, also determining if action can be taken. That I think is going to take a bite out of performance, but it sounds like we got a lot of, looks like we have a lot of headroom right now, so I'm not too worried about that. And once like that's done, and this is done, then it's ready to it's basically ready to merge into the main combat system, which means Tangletorn has AI. And the only thing left to do after that is balancing through metrics and working out the concerns. And obviously bug fixing and every other 90, all the other 90% of the shit that goes into AI. But the cool thing about this is this should work with dialogue as well. You can still weigh up, like if a timeline, if you can measure if a timeline's good, you can use this for anything. It's not just combat. That's why I really wanted to focus on the concern system, because the concerns, the reason they're spelt out in like plain English here is that this could be anything. And as long as you can attach a metric to it, if you can calculate a number for it, then you can have any number of these things. Like other ones that would be useful, like how many of my teammates are alive. For the player, how many cards do I have left? Or how many minions are left alive? Wait, alive? How much health is? Yeah, there's like ton of these things that can be added, and every single one makes them smarter and smarter. Hopefully, as long as the weights are correct. Now, this whole how long it take to reach thing, it's really easy to look at those numbers like, oh yeah, it's running super fast. It must be great. No, you gotta be real careful with that. We think the That's gonna be important. Or it might. I mean, it might even be trivial. You might even not even notice because like the enemy's still only gonna take one action at a time, and that could still be a problem. Like every time. Okay, I'm the first to admit that this AI's got one problem, and that is it doesn't have a plan. It forms a plan, but it forms a brand new plan every turn. It doesn't stick to a plan. It doesn't come up with a plan and go like, you know what, I'm gonna run with this. That's beyond its capabilities right now. Not saying it's not possible. Quite fascinating, frankly. It's like they come up with a plan. It's like, yeah, it looks great, which will be much more reasonable and doable once the timeline's in there. Because they're like, you know what, given what the timeline looks like right now, this is the plan. This is my plan. I'm gonna stick to it until the plan looks like it's crap, and then they can rethink the plan. So it's possible this doesn't even have to run every single turn. So like, you know what, my plan still looks decent. I'm okay with my plan until the player scrambles their timeline or does something and messes up their throws a spanner in the works. Right. Mm, what did I do? Lots of stuff. So I guess fixed bunch of fixed updates, fixed bugs. Uh, rating game states for both. Right out. I'm not doing anything. Added a lot more. The UI to the correct. Honestly, it was just like a ton of getting shit from being naive to less naive. So you have to kind of oh, there's nothing to do. I need to do here is I need to start using effects instead of things like enemy stunned burns. So that yeah, I think that pretty much encompasses it. All right, everybody, thank you for tuning in. I will see you next week. I'm gonna try to write up some of this, some of these notes because I realize that there's only a core core team here that tunes in every Sunday, and there's quite a few hundred backers out there who have no fucking clue what's happening. So I need to start writing this stuff up into something that could be updated, so people outside of just yourselves know what the hell's happening. Because I imagine that's quite frustrating. Anyway, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you next week. Godspeed. Have good weekends. All that. Bye bye. Thanks, Side Tales. Nice sequence. See you later. Good night.